Hello everybody, I'm ClockworkCartoon, full-time villain, part-time streamer, and welcome in! Today will be a nice, easy, and simple art stream. I'd say not much to really talk about starting these things off. You know, I might as well just jump right into it. Okay, I forgot I still have that up. Which... you. There we go. So, let me turn down the music real quick, actually. I've been making like a lot of changes to various accounts, so a few of my settings also got changed around. Here we go. So this is something I've been working on for a while now, because I noticed, or I realized, I don't draw that much of my character in actuality. I've drawn OCs before, I've drawn fan art so far, but I haven't drawn much of Clockwork, so this is my little side project. A massive sheet that I plan to just fill with my character in different poses. Granted, I've already gotten to work on it, as you can probably tell. I mean, okay, admittedly that is something I often do when it comes to these art streams. I often don't start working on a new project. I'll start working on a project I haven't finished yet, like these. So often you guys all get plopped in the middle of my progress. I don't know if that's necessarily for better or worse, though. I feel like this looks. There still needs to be like some gap between. Oh, Hold on, I forgot to shuffle. I do hope you're all doing well today. Honestly, it is kind of nice to have a more relaxed stream. Because, my god, finals week has been a pain in the ass. Or at the very least, it's been tiring. Very tiring. And also, random aside when it comes to drawing uh, characters. Yeah, what looks good in front view doesn't always translate well when you actually get to the posing part. Like, my character, I only designed with front view in mind because, well, PNG. However, when you actually get around to having to pose the character and figure out how the heck the character moves, uh, the consequences of my actions, eh? Where are you around you? Yeah, that looks weirder. In the not necessarily wrong brush. Just just a bit off the edge, a bit of trim. Mm. I am looking forward to these upcoming days because there's going to be quite a few changes. Once I graduate, I'm going to have quite a lot of time on my hands. I mean, I'll still be like searching for jobs, but I have to do something in the interim. So hopefully I'll be able to dedicate a lot more time to my streaming and content creation. Who knows, maybe I can actually start editing videos. I need to move you down, don't I? It's just a sketch, I'm sure it'll be fine. That, I mean, it kind of works. I don't see too much issue with it. Actually, maybe these middle parts are a bit off. Better. Side of what's the on? Wait, didn't it just play? Yep. What? Huh. Weird. I guess I accidentally put two different versions? Yeah, oh well, this is a favorite of mine, so. And hello to you, Fox. Wait, don't call me cute! God, how many times must I say it? Nah. But how are you doing today? I really do need one of those, secondary keyboards. So I don't end up messing with my hotkeys whenever I want to change my expression. Glad to hear you're doing well. Currently, I'm just working on a drawing project that I've been working on for a few weeks now. Uh, well, I started a few weeks. Probably the actual work I've done is about a few days worth. Basically, I realized I don't draw enough of my character, and I especially don't draw enough of my character in different poses and angles. So created this little critter file in order to specifically draw my character in various different poses. Because here's a little thing. What looks good when you're designing it in front view doesn't always translate well when you actually have to start putting the character in different poses. I also have a bad habit of just having details that I can't stand drawing in my designs. Like in an earlier iteration of Clockwork, that was gears. Like originally Clockwork's design had a lot, and I mean a lot, of gears on it. But the thing is, I absolutely hated drawing the gears. They were just such a pain. So I ended up removing the gears when I remade the character. But then I decided to add in these skulls. I mean, better than the gears, easier than the gears, still have no clue how to position them. Like, I'm pretty sure they can't. I'm pretty sure that they're never quite in the right or quite at the right angle, nor are they positioned in the same way whenever I draw them. I'm sorry. It sounds like someone's dribbling a basketball out in the dorm hallway. Weird. I do hope you can't hear that. Because in the interim, I've also slowly but surely started back on work with that card game that I talked about making ages ago. Granted, there's been a few changes. Ah, unfortunate. I think I thought you can probably only hear it while I'm talking. Seriously, who the fuck dribbles a basketball indoors? Yeah. In any case, well, I guess that's what I needed anyways. Where was I? Anyways, we're right. Card game. I have. A while back, talked about making my own card game based on Yu-Gi-Oh! Granted, I made a lot more change to it, but it was initially going to be this sort of science fantasy, a lot of the trappings of Tolkien fantasy, but with a sci-fi twist, more like Cardfight Vanguard stylistically. God, these skulls are not posed correctly. I can't be bothered. Anyways. So, okay, that was the original plan. However, after playing other card games, I think for this one it was playing Digimon, because with Digimon I got to make a deck filled with toys. So when I went back to make my own card game, I thought, I want to make a deck filled with toys. But that didn't make sense for the more serious sci-fi setting. How the fuck do you work? Well, has to be like this. I don't know if you guys have ever actually seen a side view of my character. Though I should note that this is... Fuck. I should note that this is an old reference. This was my pre-Twitch era, back when I was only streaming to YouTube and didn't have to worry about Twitch TOS. How chimes change. You know, I actually wasn't a big fan of Twitch at the time. The main reason why I started streaming on Twitch was just because a lot of content creators that I was getting more familiar with were all Twitch streamers. And despite my grievances with the platform, switching to Twitch was probably one of the better decisions I've made. I've been able to grow a lot more, I've been able to monetize my work, or my streaming. I've met so many new people through Twitch. In fact, so, despite all of my grievances, I am still glad that I eventually started using Twitch or decided to dual stream to Twitch, because I am still streaming on YouTube. I didn't want to abandon my YouTube viewers, you know? How the fuck are you posed? I don't know. You know what, I think that's good enough. Yeah, size is smaller. Wrong brush. Now, the skulls are supposed to be more tightly attached. But like, a bend? I just can't figure out. I don't know. I struggle visualization. I struggle with visualization. Like, I need an almost exact reference point to work with. Otherwise, I just end up floundering. Just to make it a bit clearer. Oh, that fucking sucks. You know what? It works well enough. Still looks so weird. It looks fine on this one. I just can't for the life of me figure out how this one should be posed. Like, is it facing forward? Is it facing more off to the side? I feel like it should be facing more like this way. Then it creates all this, like, empty space. Like, it's supposed to curve around here, not stick out. Actually, I guess means I just need to... Yeah, that looks good. I mean, I think I'm onto something here. Keep sticking this up a bit. Gotta say though, considering my character's design, I really have to wonder if Twitch is gonna hit me. Well, I'm on to something. Almost. Maybe a bit more. Maybe? I mean, that's closer. Angle it. Move it. And get rid of this. You know, I think that's as good as I'm getting it, to be honest. I feel like I was talking about something earlier that I've completely forgotten. We will know once it will known. Eh? Where was I? Ah, right, card game. So basically, I just decided that I wanted to have a more open-ended art style when it, or art, more open-ended theming when it came to the card game I was making. That way I could make all sorts of stuff ranging from sci-fi to fantasy all within the single game, like Yu-Gi-Oh! However, one thing I learned from my game design classes was that with card games especially, you want a central unifying theme. It's known. We will know once it's known. Eh? I'm sorry, Fox, I still don't follow. Never mind. Alrighty. Where was I? Right, so with a card game, you want to have a strong central theme, because this does actually help with the design process. However, there's another thing you always want to have when it comes to card games. That is a faction system. Some way to separate, to limit what kinds of cards the players can have in their deck in order to... what kinds of cards a player can have in their deck in order to promote deck diversity. Or at least more deck customization. For instance, let's look at... Oh, actually, no, it's not deck diversity. The reason why you have factions in a card game is to prevent the good stuff deck. Or at least that's one of the largest reasons why you'd want to have faction separation. Because if players can just run whatever the best combination of cards is, that hampers deck diversity. Everyone ends up playing the same thing, Yu-Gi-Oh! Or worse, you can get you can get to a state wherein there's practically no deck separation, and instead everyone's just running massive piles of synergies. Again, Yu-Gi-Oh! Sorry. So I thought, well, why not tie up two birds with one rope? I'll allow myself some thematic diversity by having each individual faction have its own aesthetic guide and theme. This means I can have the faction system and give each faction a unique look completely separate from the others. So currently there ends up being four faction concepts. I call them spirits. It's my spirits are my version of like monster or creature, wherein you have the fantasy spirits, which are all about swarming the field with spirits that support each other. Basically, it's the protagonist deck, and in more ways than one. Like, other than just helping each other out generally, the fantasy spirits also have abilities or gain bonuses so long as they are attacking more powerful spirits. So not only do you have this whole making weak cards stronger through supporting each other gimmick, but you also have this idea of the cards becoming more powerful based on if your opponent has a stronger board state. God, I feel like I'm fucking at the shoes. The field is too small. I think it's more like this. I'm not sure if I got the... It doesn't look right, though. Does it look right? Can't tell. No, it looks broken. How? What's the foot angled? Is it more like... If instead of doing this whole front view, I have more of a side view type thing going on. Is it better? Kind of. It looks good enough. That, on the other hand, doesn't... Fuck! And I constantly do this. I keep I'll add, like, details to characters that I don't know how to draw. Oh, they heal. Wait, what if... Is this roughly like the same positioning, you think? Huh, hold on. Again, I'm definitely gonna have to resize, but... feeling this work. The looking at the... Honestly, yeah, it looks much better. Ah, almost works. Actually, if I just like move it around a bit more, because what's this? Up a bit, and then fix whatever the fuck is going on back here. Yeah, that actually turned out quite well. I mean, it's not still not the best, but it's better. We angled like a bit more this way. All right, I never finished the grill. I don't think I'll be turning any of these into like full art pieces or doing the or going past the sketch stage, line art, coloring, the like. Mostly because this is just a exercise for me to create as much as possible, rather than not necessarily refining everything. I say, as I'm constantly changing things around and going back to try and get things just right. Eh. God damn it. Oh, I gotta take care of bot. There. I also need to do the detail I didn't originally, but I need to definitely... Gotta love segmented noodle arms. Yeah, just for the time being. Hey, Firewall, welcome in. We're just doing a nice, relaxing drawing stream. I'm doing quite well today. A tad tired. Finals week has not been kind. But at least I get to relax with just doing some simple, easy drawing. I say as I constantly nitpick my own drawings. Where are you gonna put that drill in? It's a it's a drill. What do you think? I mean, granted, I'm not exactly using them. I guess I'm not exactly using them properly to begin with. Drills, saws, etc., all used as weaponry. How effective is a drill as a combat weapon, though? I mean, on one hand, yes, it's a big hunk of metal rapidly spinning and has a pointy bit at the end. But, like, could you really stab someone with a drill, you know? Like a buzz saw I can actually get. A buzz saw you can use as a proper weapon. But a drill? Like maybe as a thrusting weapon? It would have to be a thrusting weapon. Wait, what about a drill rapier? I mean, that's some Ruby level shit. But I mean, technically it could work. I guess we're gonna get at least one new pose start today since I'm finishing up this one. I just need to actually choose a pose next. Because I'm glad I'm doing well because I get the feeling I'll flunk my finals. I do wish you the best of luck, then, Firewall. Yeah, finals week can be such a pain in the ass. I mean, granted, I've got project finals, so it's very different for me. I don't really have finals week. All of my stuff is due the week before, well, i.e. this week, because project focus classes don't really have final tests. Where are you sticking that drill? I don't know, someone's gut? A wall? I mean, if I was gonna use the drill on anything, it probably would be breaking down a bank wall or something. I don't know how well a drill would work on a safe. Okay, now how does this look? Yep, I'm missing my hair details. There we go. And I feel like it needs to be this way. Yeah. It would make a mess of blood and all that. I mean, not necessarily. Cartoon logic. We can't get that past the censors. At most, we get bruises. I mean, it's funny to think of how gory old cartoons actually are, but we don't perceive it as violent because it lacks blood. Like, and it's not even that there isn't anything particularly non-violent. I mean, people still get squashed. Yes, they get turned to, like, yes, they get flattened, or how to say, like, when a cartoon character is cut in half, sometimes you will see like the red and even like a bit of bone, but because it doesn't show any kind of blood splatter, it just doesn't register as gore. I'm not even overly bent about flunking because I can just retake my finals in spring, but I will not hear the end of it from my family. Ah, yeah, that's usually the most annoying part. Wait, retake finals in spring? It's spring now. You mean next spring? I'd assume next spring. But wouldn't that mean retaking the class? Eh. And now we have number 3 added to the list. Yeah, I'm trying to get more dynamic poses? Yeah, dynamic poses. And let's move it so I can make some proper room here. There's still gonna be like a lot of dead space here and there. And I can stand to move this one closer. I mean fall, my bad. Oh no, it's just the final exam I have to retake. Ah, okay. Okay, it feels weird that this one is so... I know... okay, I'm pretty sure I resized both of these to make them bigger. But I don't think that was the right play. So plan B, resize to make them smaller. Yeah, that looks about right. Maybe a bit more because, well, of the odd angle. Hmm, I don't know, this one still looks a tad stiff. Oh, right, it doesn't transform the invisible layers, fuck. Well, as long as I don't ever have to touch the layers below. Yeah, when I was younger, watching Tom and Jerry, I was dead ass like, getting hit with a frying pan over your head doesn't look that dangerous. Ah, what? Tom and Jerry teaching kids all about safety. What the heck is my... Hold on. Okay, there. No. Why is there just a... Oh, that's why. On. Small is good. I feel like you're insinuating something by that, Fox. Anyways, now... So what do you all think of these three? I know one of these I showed off in a fan art piece I did, which I only posted to my Discord. And if you want to see it, you can use !Discord to join the Discord where you can get updates on when I'm streaming, vote on what I stream, and get art. I post art. You can also self-promote there. I encourage it. I think you're a pretty good cartoonist, but I'm a better drawer. I'm much better at organizing cloth than you. Organizing cloth. Okay, yeah, fair. I mean, I'm pretty sure my character's proportions, clothing, and positioning is constantly morphing no matter how hard I try to make sure everything is on model. I mean, that's the reason why I have this thing in the corner. Just so I can make sure that the proportionality and everything is just on model. Which is the 3 main reasons for doing this. 1, drawing more of my character. 2, drawing my character in different poses to get a better idea of what my character looks like at different angles. And 3... No, wait, 2 was 3. Basically just trying to improve my consistency with the character. I mean, so far so good, right? God damn it, the feet are different sizes. Yeah, okay, yeah. Definitely the feet are a different size in each one. Damn it. I'm trying, okay? I'm trying. That's one of my favorite things to tell people. I'm not an artist, I'm a drawer. Please respect my pronouns. uh, okay, Firewall, what would you say is the difference between an artist and a drawer? I meant to say clothes. Poorly flunking is really messing with my brain chemistry and doesn't allow me to properly type. I never would have guessed. But yeah. What would you actually, Firewall, what would you say is the difference between oh, hold on. What would you say is the difference between an artist and a drawer? Since you insinuate there's a distinction. I have to like, you don't fuck me? Okay, good. You like search up. Alright, time to go to Pinterest to look for new poses. You get it drawer, as in a piece of furniture in which you store. Uh, uh, that I I mean, I I knew that was what you meant. It was a very funny joke. Yeah. Shut up! Damn it! Almost forgot the alarm. Yeah, it's 10 minutes 46. Alright, I was doing something else. 43. Go. Now then, trying to figure out where's my posing stuff? I saved like a bunch of poses. I also need to like choose which one I do next. Do we have a simple like right hook type pose? I have an idea of what I want to draw next, but I need to find the right reference. Oh damn it, I should have used this one. This one would have been a much better pose for the previous one. Damn it! But on a serious note, I like to draw. I'm not very good at it, but I don't think I consider myself an artist. I mean, if you make art, you're an artist. Maybe not a professional artist, maybe not a good artist, but you're still an artist regardless. And I kind of wanted, like, you... No, no, I already did this pose. I want the poses to look different. Hold on. What if I just search up reference jab? I mean, there has to be, like, at least one pose of someone just punching. Or maybe not even a jab necessarily. Hmm. What about... What about this one, actually? Maybe? Can't see any reason. Okay. I'll work around this pose as a reference. Okay. I'm gonna have to like do this one under. And I'm gonna have to reset it. Okay, cut away the fluff. And get the sizing at least relatively correct. Opacity to be certain. And I think it's a bit too big there. This is probably better. Okay, so the motion lines are like, oh, firewall, like in my mind, you need to reach a certain level of skill to call myself an artist, but I don't hold other people to that standard, only me. And that's fair enough. It is the wrong brush. Need to use the thicker one, the stage. This. How are these legs? I guess that's the other issue when it comes to some of these poses that I'm using. Oh, what? Wrong button. The fuck, Crow? This is an industrial cartoon drill. I'm so rusty at art you can get tetanus from it. That is one hell of a phrasing. Wood. Eh, I okay. Anyways, those shoulders roughly here. I mean, I don't know why it's so much imposing at this. Because need to do is more like this kind of pose. Firewall, right now I'm trying to figure out what type of shading best suits what I'm doing. Hatching is cool, I tend to overdo it. Fuck. Stippling is awesome, but my god, it takes so long. Oh, the dot one, yeah. Yeah, I get that. Something more like this pose. Hmm. Yeah, shoulder's definitely gonna have to change. So if I does Orchis, Mitsu, Elf Note, and Phoenix, I can afford a branded package. Do not get a branded package. Branded has had its time in the light. Yes, it's good old reliable, but I mean, come on. All of the ones you just listed, I just realized the sizing here is completely fucked. Just what is my... Okay, here, we'll go with this. And you know what, I'm gonna move you here because of what I plan to do. It's probably gonna take up a lot of vertical space. No, okay, move you here. That way I can just get as much as possible. But it's getting new support again. Really? Brandon's getting more support? Eh, oh well. Firewall, and since I don't do color right now, only grayscaling, I have to shade the sketches so I don't look too flat, you know? I'll tell you the little secret to my art. I don't shade for shit. Okay, well, that's not entirely true. I have shaded for some of them. Let's see if I can... Actually, the chances are most of them I can't really show. Actually, what if I just hit... Okay, this is a much safer way to browse my work. Characters. Okay, definitely can't show that one. But this one probably remains my second most detailed and polished work. The Penguin. I still consider this to be some of my best. And as you can see, shape. Oh, Oh yeah, I forgot this is the import. Or did I? Do I still? Hold on. Did I fuck up the original file? Hold on. Now I need to check this. No, this is the. Okay, so this is the PNG. This is the actual file. There we go. I finally used ArtMage properly. What constitutes using ArtMage properly, Crow? That looks really... Thank you! It still remains one of my better works, though it is a bit old. Honestly, I don't know. What do you... What? Okay, you can't say I finally used ArtMage properly and not know what it means to use ArtMage properly. I recycled everything. Okay? From Graveyard. Ah. Eh. Pardon me if I just appreciate my own work for a bit. It's not it's not often I actually finish a work, so whenever sometimes I just like to look back on things. Of course, this was when I was still like do the okay, so what I do nowadays and what I did for not this one, but what I did for my character is that I use the line tool or the curvature tool. But in a lot of my older art, what I would do is I just get a really thin 2-point flat brush and then just start hatching it and slowly refining that hatch, or basically just slowly refining my chicken scratch until it looked good. But I eventually stopped doing it because it made the art look a lot blurrier and the lines were so thick. Stuff. I don't remember this one. Oh, this one was one of the ones that Nyoltima recommended. Or, Nyoltima recommended a Mafia Tale uh, song, and I just went on a spree. Oh, also this was for my 100 viewer thing. No, I think this piece is great, better than my pieces anyway. And I'm sure your work is just fine, Firewall. Yeah, sorry, Okay, back to what I was originally doing. Is this really the pose I want to go with? Not sure. Now you all get to see how I really do it. Just a lot of reusing the art I've already done. Or at least that's how I make sure that everything is proportional. Okay, so I need to shrink them a bit. this more. Often I'll just like create shapes. Or, I guess it really depends on whether or not it's a character I've already got a model design for. As if I'm going completely freehand, then I'll start changing things up. And this is typically how I ensure proportionality. There we go. Much easier to see. Probably also get the flip here. Angle it different. Okay, that could work a bit. And a bit more spot. God, stop snapping. There. I gotta say, the guides are sometimes the most annoying part. Not exact. I think a bit of finagling after the fact can't fix. And that makes it look like I'm falling over. I think this one has a bit more stability to it. Yep. I will say at a certain point, there is guesswork to be done for obvious reasons. The most annoying thing about and honestly, actually, never mind on that math front. And then one more for like. How does it be positioned? Forward. I think this would be. Okay, not exactly that. So roughly around this length. Kind of. Don't worry, I gotta put like I know what I'm doing here. Just trust the process. Flips this. There we go. I figure out how to do a hand. That is actually something I never was really able to figure out how to put how to do hands on it. Although I think actually no, I think I was able to get one drawing to do that. I forget which one though. Why does this look weird? I guess it will look better once I. Nope. Then this hand is completely. Use a new. Honestly, probably this hand. That's roughly the what I'm looking for. Group. Shit, I made a group within a group. Not my intent. Needs to be. I think. Stuff that can be fixed in post. That's roughly where I think honestly both is around. This also probably I mean roughly how it go. This is new layer. Angled. Well, that might be more like this, because the head is supposed to be facing. So good idea where the eye is located. Ain't that creepy? Yeah. 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 So weird when you strip everything back. I'm starting to think. Everything look rounder? Eh. Going around you. All grouped on four. I can begin work on sketch. Move you out of the way too. Which way am I supposed to be facing? I mean, I made another. It's something you can get into the habit of doing a lot. Making characters facing the same way. Like, originally this character was supposed to be facing more leftish, but I guess now, but with this, its body is more pointing to the right again. Granted, there's an easy fix to this. There, now we're left facing. Or right facing? I don't know, it's weird because the character is going to be looking one way, but the body will be pointed another way. Yeah, screw it. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Sick. Maybe. He should be facing. Or not. Maybe not that. Met. Oh, have I been fucking up the foreleg to... No, because I did a... That could just mean that the base model has been weirdly disproportionate this whole time. I never noticed. Hmm. It's- I feel like I'm off here. Maybe it's because the leg needs to be more... I swear the knees change size every time too. God, I'm... Okay, that looks much better. Or does it? Can't tell. It's the fact like it's the inner line that's making it look off. Yeah, here-ish. Stick out. I guess this makes how I'm bent. The other thing is that I this. You. Neck size change too. Yeah, so much for consistency. Oh, no. Fuck, wrong button. Like, no, I'm the one who busts kneecaps, not you. Eh. I don't even know if I have a skeletal structure. I mean, I'm a cartoon of a machine. Which one takes priority? Am I ink or am I metal? I guess that's one of life's greatest mysteries. You know, originally I was going to be something more akin to for anyone who knows Epic Mickey, spoiler alert, the villain, the Mad Doctor, is actually an animatronic, but he paints himself to look like a toon. Well, okay, the Mad Doctor was originally a toon, but he turned himself into an animatronic in order to control the primary antagonist, called the Blot, a creature of both paint and paint thinner. So originally I took inspiration from that, where I was a animatronic with a cartoon coat of paint. But I just never saw much reason to keep that concept around, you know? I feel like the shoulder pads need to be moved. And there needs to be more general space to work with. Now, yeah, that leaves a bit of space between the neck and... Then I headcanon you are a cartoon version of a real person with a real skeleton and real kneecaps that can be... No, you can't just headcanon in something like that. And for the record, I am a cartoon in any iteration. Like, I mean, you know, that's... You know, I really should just... always do. Use. There we go. If this is placed here, and then is... Yeah, that kind of works. At least the size is consistent now. Don't care, say goodbye to your unique half-skier-head. Oi! Oi! Don't call don't call me that, sec. And off, I will saw you in half, Firewall. Merge just for consistency's sake. Yeah. Not sure that's where it... Okay, I think I actually remember now what I did to get the shape. This wasn't... I fucked up when I was... I would use a circle and then manipulate, and then around here... Okay, this is what it actually looked like. And I would... Oh... The question is, from this angle where... I guess around here-ish. That looks about right. And yes, I can say... I... Jesus. What do you want? Firewall on YouTube? What do you want me to call you, a clanker instead? And yes, I can say the C word, I have robot friends. Honestly, I still can't believe that came from Star Wars, of all things. I mean, say what you will about the prequels, like the actual prequel trilogy, it gave us so much good stuff. The Clone Wars 2003, General Grievous, Count Dooku, the droid armies. Like, it's cool. And yes, I am a fan of the prequels. I'm probably the only one who was actually interested in the taxation of trade routes. I know, it made the reason why I liked maybe not the prequel movies, but the era of that specific era of Star Wars, was that everything felt so much grander, which was intentional. Like, the Age of the Empire was supposed to be like uh, was supposed to be the Empire was basically in decline, the galaxy was going to shit, things were getting worse, and then the prequel era was trying to show off, like, the not golden era, but basically everything before it went to complete shit. Which added to the sense of grandiosity, I guess. I mean, look, the original trilogy is great. It is the definitive Star Wars trilogy. But the prequel trilogy just made the galaxy feel like an actual galaxy, you know? It felt larger than life. Question is... that... Yeah, I almost have to do it like that. No, it makes my forearm feel a lot stubbier because a good portion of the shoulder itself is this. That is actually not how it's supposed to look. Fuck. If it's facing that way. I don't think it's odd for you to like the prequels. What bothers me is that before Disney, the common sentiment was that the prequels sucked and Lucas ruined Star Wars. Then Disney movies came out and it's like a light switch being flipped. They put the prequels up on a pedestal. Yeah, I think, look, the Disney sequel trilogy didn't all of a sudden make the prequels it didn't all of a sudden make the prequels good. Like, this acting was still stilted. This, well, honestly, that's like the biggest criticism I have with the prequel trilogy. The acting was incredibly stilted. Like, did they even try to give toned direction? But the thing is, it was still better than the sequel trilogy, so it made everyone like it in hindsight type. it was a everyone liked it in hindsight because now we have something that everyone doesn't like as much. If that makes sense. 'Cause yes, I am in the camp of the prequel trilogy was better than the sequel trilogy. And honestly, I do think that Star Wars was better before Disney bought it out, and the main reason because of that, people were still talking about Star Wars. Like, even though it came to an end, people still knew about Star Wars. It was put up as this almost like mystic piece of media. Something to be put in a museum. But then Disney came in, oversaturated everything, and now everyone's tired of it. Like we could that's my big issue with modern entertainment. Like they just don't know when to let a good thing die. Like I feel if I believe that without Disney, people would still be talking about Star Wars. But now that Disney's oversaturated the market, everyone's burnt out on Star Wars and no one wants to talk about it. I'm fucking up this hand so much. And again, I don't think liking the prequels over the sequels is a bad take or anything. All that I'm saying is that the glorification of the prequels felt artificial. Oh, it very much was. It very much was. Like, all of that glorification, let's face it, the animated series was doing most of the heavy lifting. The prequel movies on their own, barely anything. The prequel movies, when plus the animated shows, both the 2003 one made by Tartakovsky and the 3D animated series. Those are doing all of the heavy lifting for the prequel trilogy's popularity. Let's face it. Close enough. The other arm. Like, people hated The Last Jedi and were like, we want the prequels and Lucas back in the franchise, even if we spent decades making fun of Lucas and we're happy when he sold off the IP to Disney. Yeah, but honestly, that makes more sense, because, how to say, and I'm sure there's some proper psychological term for it, but when everyone thought that the prequel series was the worst it could have gotten, of course they were going to be happy when there was a chance for change, you know? But then when they were disappointed with that change, everyone said, you know, maybe we judged you too harshly. And that's an honestly I think that's a completely understandable sentiment. Like, it's like recontextualizing your own feelings. Like, I didn't like you, but I don't like what happened next even more, type deal, you know? Like, I didn't think you were good, but this was so much worse, I wish we still had you, type thing. It's like, it's basically just hindsight. That's really what it is. It's just hindsight. I like the prequels. It's my favorite era of Star Wars. I also think the prequel movies could have been better, you know? Oh, they could have really been better. They could have been so much better. Like, oh my god, the prequel. prequel series as a movie series, the prequels did kind of suck. Can we not pretend like the prequels were all of a sudden good because Disney was just that bad? You know? Okay, gonna have to finagle a bit here. Can we not pretend like somehow it retroactively became better? It didn't. We just found out that there was worse. That's what happened. It didn't. The prequel series didn't get better. We just realized that it could have been so much worse. My god, I think I actually got the hand right. I didn't get the hand right. It's fuck. No, people playing the prequels were always great after The Last Jedi came out. I think the people you're talking about are just the handful of prequel fans and Lucas diehards that suddenly had vindication. Like, I think the average moviegoer still didn't like the prequels, but everyone who did like the prequels all of a sudden had vindication and a way to talk about the prequels without being seen as the weak link in Star Wars. Actually, in fact, here's my theory. Basically, when everyone was hating on the prequels, the people who actually liked the prequels didn't want to talk because that would just get them hated on. But when everyone started hating on the sequels, all of a sudden the prequel fanboys came out because now there was a bigger target. I feel like the arms fucked up the arm. Oh, hold on. Shit. I just need to up. At least that's my theory on it. Again, Clock, I've personally noticed a switch being flipped from people hating the prequels to loving them. I don't know, like, I was still one of those people who did like the prequels, if only for, like, what it gave us afterwards. Okay, this looks so much bigger than this, the fuck? God damn it, wrong layer again! I don't know, I personally had a little bit of vindication when everyone started talking about the sequels. Or started talking about the prequels. I feel like now... There we go. Here... Now, granted, when I say I like the prequels, when I was younger, the fucking 2003 2D animated series was basically doing all the heavy lifting. Like, I remember seeing 2003 Grievous for the first time and absolutely fucking loving him. Like, oh my god, General Grievous in the 2D animated in the 2D animation was so fucking cool. And instead we got fucking prequel movie Grievous having a coughing fit. Like even in the 3D animated series, Grievous had like one cool scene, and it was his attack on the Night Sisters. Which, granted, that is still one of my favorite scenes in the 3D animated series. I also really like Count Dooku. Like, I thought Count Dooku was so cool when I was younger. And I still think he's pretty damn cool. In fact, I think he's even cooler now that I learned a bit more about Christopher Lee and his history. And even when I was, like, the curved tilt lightsaber, that became my favorite lightsaber of all time. Like, if I had a lightsaber, I wanted it to have a curved tilt, because it just looked so elegant, you know? Granted, these days, I'd much rather have, like, a dual-bladed lightsaber. I don't know, I feel like a dual-bladed lightsaber, personally, would be just cooler, you know? And again, it's a toss-up. On one hand, I see some advantages with a dual-bladed... Sorry. With a dual-bladed lightsaber. On the other hand, a dual-bladed lightsaber is still kind of impractical. I mean, if I'm really think about it, when it comes to a sword I'd actually want to use, I'm of two minds. Because one hand, having that curved grip and like a curved blade, a saber, and not necessarily a cavalry saber, maybe a military saber, but I don't know, that just feels more comfortable in my hand because of the curve, you know? But then I also really like really long handles. Not spears, although let's face it, spears are better than swords, but having that longer grip for more leverage and control just feels right to me. I think one sword I really like, I don't know its actual name pronunciation, so I'm sorry, but I'm going to be using the English translation of the Horse Cutter. A Chinese sword? Yes, I believe it was a Chinese sword, English translation, Horse Cutter, which was a massive square blade, single edge, with a long handle used for taking out cavalry, if I'm thinking correctly. And it's been a while since I've done this, but really, the main thing I like about that weapon is standard sword length, but a massive-ass long handle, you know? I think that's one of the reasons why I like the double-bladed lightsaber as well. The elongated handle just feels like you have more control. And I guess in which case, if it weren't for the fact that a light pike would get cut to pieces the moment you tried to thrust with it, a lightsaber spear would be would seem pretty cool. Firewall, I mean Mace literally crushed his lung cavity. Okay, okay, hold on. Okay, rant real quick, because we see in the 2003 Clone Wars, Dooku literally tells Grievous that he must have fear, intimidation, and surprise on his side to face a Jedi, right? That is clearly established that without that kind of tactics, without that fear, intimidation, and surprise, he cannot be the Force user. And then we also see in the 2003 animation that whenever they use a Force ability, there's a 1-second delay between when they do the motion and when it actually occurs. And we actually see General Grievous dodging this. Why? Because of surprise, fear, and intimidation. So what happens when he goes up against Dooku? Someone a master Jedi, who isn't easily scared or intimidated. Of course he's gonna get his chest cavity crushed. That was the moment, because when he went up against Mace Windu in that moment, he did not have fear, surprise, or intimidation. I will not take this juice. Look, okay, look. Slander 3D and prequel movie Grievous all you want, because honestly, to my disappointment, the movie Grievous and 3D animated Grievous, they lose so fucking much. But do not slander 2003 Grievous. He was awesome. Anyways, I don't hate all things Disney added to the lore. I think bleeding is a much cooler concept than the Sith making artificial hypercrystals for heroes. Okay, yeah, honestly, the idea behind the crystals being more so a reflection of the user rather than this complex process of finding different crystals was, I'd say that was a good change Disney made, because, I don't know, the idea of, I just like the idea of magic or weaponry or coloration as a reflection of a character, rather than it being like you can take any crystal and or the crystal's color is dependent on where you get it. Although, unfortunately, that does mean we get to miss out on some of the cool crystals, like, no, that means no more Crate Dragon Kyber crystals, no more Blood Red Kyber crystals, like, no, wait, they weren't called Blood, okay, I don't know if they were necessarily called, they were Blood Red Blades, or, I think they were Dark Red Blades, but basically, in Legends lore, there was a type of Kyber crystal that you could only find in areas where a supernova took out a galaxy. And it was the most evil of evil fucking sabers. Like, this saber, it did not buzz. It did not hum. It fucking screamed. Because it was basically the dying moments of an entire galaxy caught up in a supernova. We'll take guns with bullets because Star Wars Universe is incredibly unequipped for regular firearms. Surprisingly, yes, in fact, slug throwers were one of the best ways to deal with a lightsaber wielder, because if they tried to block the bullets, molten shrapnel would just go right through and hit them anyways. I didn't slander anyone, all I said is that he's transitioned from 2003 to prequels makes sense because he got his guts rearranged by Mace, that's it. Fair. And then the 3D. Why couldn't we get intimidating 2003 Grievous in the 3D anime series? Oh yeah, I know why. Because Lucas decided that he wanted Grievous to be a bumbling buffoon. Yeah, make the character who's supposed to be a Jedi killer, or make the villain who's supposed to be a Jedi killer, someone able to go toe to toe with some of the best Jedi out on the field, and make him a absolutely bumbling buffoon and coward. Like, at least when 2003 Grievous ran away, it was like, when 2003 Grievous ran away, you knew that that was a situation where, okay, I'm not gonna win this, I need to dip. Whereas with 3D Grievous, he takes a retreat at he'll retreat at like the slight breeze, you know? I miss 2003 Grievous. I mean, I say that like he's gone. I can just rewatch the 2003 2D series whenever I want, to be honest. Is it just me or are the legs like way too fucking... I feel like this is way too big compared to how it usually goes. Again, I guess the leg is supposed to be like sticking out more? Eh. This is what I get for... Oh, crap. Okay. Shoot, was it shift or... Excuse me. Like, this needs to be more... They slightly more. I see you a bit. Actually, I do. There we go. Anyways, the Sith rule of two is dumb. The fact there are more than two Jedi out there. Okay, I'll get to that question in a bit, but Firewall, all quality Star Wars tech is ray shielded, good for plasma bolts, which are standard, but your average hillbilly with a shotgun could take down an AT-AT. Okay, maybe not a shotgun, but a hillbilly with a catapult. I mean, AT-ATs were able to get crushed by logs on rope, so. Speaking of, I have to know, do you call it AT-AT or AT-AT? I say AT-AT. Wait, hold on. And okay. In the fifth, ah, like, in the fifth, ah, ah, in the fifth, in the bad guy's defense concerning the rule of two. Oh, I nearly missed the hydrate. Thank you, Fox. Ah. In defense of the rule of two, it was, for what they were dealing with, it made sense. Because when you have an entire religion based on treachery and power grabs, you really can't have multiple of them, if we're being honest. Like, the Sith, game plan, and the Sith as a religion, is practically designed to fail. That's why the rule of two made sense, because if there were any more than two, they'd be spending more time killing each other than they would the Jedi. In fact, that's what actually was going on and why Darth Bane created the rule of two. Because the Sith were just too busy. I think, at least that's how I understand it. The Sith were too busy with infighting to ever get anything done. So Bane needed to set up the rule of two so that they could at least have some organization. Another good thing about the rule of two, keeps your numbers small, makes it a lot easier to stay hidden. Like, you can't, the more people, okay, it's like the thing with a secret. The more people you tell a secret, the more likely it is that the secret is gonna no longer be a secret. If with the Sith and their secrecy, it's the same thing. The more Sith there were, the harder it would be for them to remain undetected. And the more likely that they'd have to fight the Jedi in open out-front combat. That's what we got with the Sith Empire. So the idea of the rule of two, in order to keep the Sith existence secret, so they can operate in undercover, made more sense. Yes, like that one secret that clocked like her hero. Shut up! Anyways, hello Warcraft, welcome in. We're doing some drawing here. In fact, this is a drawing exercise I've been working on for a while now, wherein I'm just like trying to draw my character in different poses. So A, I can just make more drawings of my character. B, I can get a better understanding of how my character looks from different angles and in different posing. And C, so I can get better at drawing my character. Where the fuck is the head? There's the head. Yeah, that looks about right. Go. I think the rule of two is really cool, like it perfectly illustrates the corrupting selfish nature of the dark side. Yeah, for what the Sith are, the rule of two makes sense. Where the fuck do eyes work? I don't think this is how eyes work. I think they're a bit too. I do it for others. Then I do it for my son. Yeah, right above where it would curve in. And glad to see you here, Warcraft. How's your day been, by the way? Hope everything is good. I know it's not canon anymore, but Vader trained Starkiller in secret, wasn't he? When Palpy found out about Vader's staged his pupil's test in order to get his master off his back, if I'm remembering that right. I actually never played the Starkiller game, so I don't know. I'm doing good. Good to hear, Warcraft. Good to hear. Now I remember this. How I got there. All right. Good to do. Go back. Why do I get the feeling like I fucked up my own? Bar? Hold on. Did we ever find out what were Palpy's bigger ambitions? Like, wasn't his whole plan just to amass as much power as possible and just be president? Not president, emperor. And to be honest, I don't know what I think he really did just want to, like, fuck around with power. Like, I don't know what he was really thinking there. He just kind of wanted to be the one with power. That was it. However, it really, a lot of the times it seemed like the guy was having more fun. I don't know. On one hand, I can understand Palpatine going through this whole thing in order to accrue power. On the other hand, anytime we actually see, like, Palpatine being evil, like, he doesn't strike me as the type to enjoy bureaucracy, you know? Like, I don't know, I just can't. I don't know, maybe that's just me. I've actually had this. So, you know, Star Wars What Ifs? I actually had this one funny idea. Like, what if Palpatine was so fucking tired of running the Empire, he would use the world between worlds to stop himself from becoming Emperor? Like, imagine running the Empire was so shitty and boring that Palpatine actually wanted to stop himself from becoming the Emperor so he wouldn't have to deal with it. Many poses, my Pirate Baby thing, are these poses also for bikini poses as well? No, I'm just doing the base model. I don't have much reason to use the bikini model, or bikini poses, if I'm being entirely honest. And again, I do just need to draw more of my character as my character's base. Because this is supposed to be her primary outfit, but I rarely draw her at all. I mean, I am typically a very slow drawer, so I guess that makes some sense. It would take me so long to do everything else. Of course, it's gonna take. I haven't really drawn my character that much, you know. Like, ish. That's about right. And I'm pretty sure. Darn, I gave it a shot. Don't worry, I'll probably figure out something to use the bikini look for again. But, I actually agree. Palpy's only joy seemed to come from screwing around with people, letting loose for a bit. Yeah, I guess the whole being emperor was more of a status thing. It's the difference between, like, okay, this is gonna be a non-comparison, but it's the difference between buying a super special collector's card versus actually playing with that card, you know? That's how I kind of see the dichotomy between Palpatine actually having fun versus Palpatine being the Emperor. Like, Palpatine being an Emperor, that was his prize collectible type thing. Like, he got joy just from being the Emperor at all, you know? Versus when Palpatine was actually having fun, he was fucking with people. I really like how you draw. I like, oh, thank you. Uh, I actually got my... Okay, so when I started doing art, the first art class I took was actually a cartooning class, not an outright drawing class. I would later take... But after that point, I would start taking multiple art classes and even an anatomy class for drawing. Granted, the anatomy class didn't help me for shit. Like, people say, oh, learn anatomy whenever you're drawing. There's a difference between learning anatomy and drawing anatomy. Because here's what you're gonna get if you try to learn anatomy. You're gonna get you're gonna be stuck there learning every individual muscle and get a test where you have to fucking write down or draw lines between different muscle names and their positions on the body. That's what you're gonna get if you try to learn anatomy. What you really need to take away is proportions. Like, how long is the forearm? Where exactly do the wrists stop and start? Or, like, how many heads? How big is the shoulders? The proportionality of, like, body to leg. Proportions. That is what you need to know out from anatomy. Proportions. You don't need... If you're doing hyper-realistic drawings, like if you're drawing the specific individual musculature, then you may get some benefit from actually learning anatomy on a deeper level. But if you're doing what I'm doing and you're cartooning, like, having that base knowledge of anatomy to know, like, proportions and length is important. But you don't need to be able to name all the goddamn muscles. Like, half the time I'll just, like, a lot of the time what I'll end up doing is I'll start trying something proportional, and then based on whether or not I think it looks good proportional, I just say fuck it and start messing with the proportions afterwards. I think distinctly remember from some Legends material that Palpy found ruling the galaxy incredibly boring and left most of the politics to other people. I mean, yeah, yeah, that's basic. That's what I'm saying. Like, I can see Palpatine actually having fun as the Emperor, you know? Like, I think he just wanted the title of Emperor for the sake of having the title of Emperor. Actually, I think there is, like, one comic where Palpatine actually joined Vader on a mission to wipe out some rebels, and the dude was having the time of his life. uh, People think the art process is learn all this shit, then you can draw, when real art is the process. The real art process is, I drew this, I think it sucks, but why do I think it sucks so I can improve in that area? Basically, yeah. From this angle, would it... Where is... Oh, you're the arm. Like, for instance, chances are you wouldn't be able to actually see... Actually, was the... This is supposed to be a bit back, but do this and then I erase the clean up so I can... Maybe... scrunch it a bit. It looks weird scrunched. I can see it. Definitely did something wrong with the eyes, so... Or would it go fully back? Eh, hard to tell. What if I did... At that point, you can't even see it anymore. But... That just looks weird. I guess it's fine. I want a buddy cop comedy between Vader and Palp. Oh, that's just Robot Chicken. That's just well, okay, Robot Chicken, Vader, and Robot Chicken Palpatine didn't really have any kind of buddy cop type things, but they did interact a lot more comparatively. So Vader could go, I found your lack of face disturbing, Master, but by Palpy zapping him. Cue laugh track. That would be... Okay, that sounds like something out of Robot Chicken. I gotta say, I miss Robot Chicken's interpretation of Palpatine. That was like... God, that was... version of Palpatine was hilarious. I think what I liked the most about Robot Chicken's Palpatine was just how he sounded perpetually tired and fed up with everyone. Which makes sense for someone who is the Emperor of the Galaxy. Like, you would expect that man to be in a perpetual state of being exhausted having to deal with bureaucracy and bullcrap. Okay. Anything else I need to... Alright, the chest. I know you're not supposed to use circles, but when you get to the drawing them this fucking big, you have to start taking shortcuts. It was probably one of my hottest takes when it comes to art, but I feel like most art advice is really hollow and doesn't help much. Yeah, because, I mean, okay, I can't speak for everyone, but how it typically goes for me is I will spend a lot of time watching an art tutorial, looking up videos, and then trying to apply it, and then trying to apply it to an art piece, and then halfway through give up, start winging it anyways. You know, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's supposed to be proportional because I didn't change too much, right? Now, granted, okay, everything I say about art you should take with a grain of salt because I am the type of artist who typically ignores best practices. Like, I know what the best practices are. Half the time I don't really use them. Mostly either because I'm lazy, or because I just give up and start winging it halfway through anyway. For instance, obviously, pests do not look like this. However, they're also not this big in the first place, so fuck it. That's too high. Cutoff point should be like a... Hello, sleepy Nepotoons. Welcome in. And hello, I'm doing art streams. This is actually a part of a larger exercise, I guess you could call it, where I'm just trying to draw as much of my character as possible in different poses. Yeah, welcome in. How you doing? I think we've spent most of this stream talking about Star Wars. Nice, I'm vibing. Glad to hear. Always happy to provide some quality entertainment or relaxation. Although, how you all can relax as I'm ranting about General Grievous, I have no idea. I cast Bunny Suit. Well, you can't just say I cast. Oh, uh, Sleepy, ignore this on screen. God, do you have to embarrass me in front of the new viewers? Eh. Do 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 do. Meh. So what was I talking about earlier? You know, in this, actually, I should probably move it up because it looks so much worse than it actually is when you cut it off like that. These are adorable emotes. Always interesting to see new emotes. Okay, hold on. Firewall, honestly, my greatest fear right now is despite all my effort and time I put into learning how to draw and practicing that no progress has been made and that maybe art isn't for me. I'll tell you right now, that feeling is never going to go away, but you are progressing. Like, I've gone through the same thing. It never feels like you've made progress with your art as you're drawing. What I would suggest is just look at your old art and compare. Like, it's a nice way to center yourself, I guess. To remind yourself that there is a difference being made from piece to piece. I mean, being able to see your progression really helps, you know? Like, actually, shit, should I show my old art? God, it's been ages. I'm not even sure where I could find my old art on my computer. And I'm not even sure if I can show some of them. And you folks want to see my old art, or would any of you be interested in that? Okay, let's see if I can find it. That's the big thing, though. Let's see if I can find it. Like, all my life, I've heard people, not anyone can just learn to draw if you don't have that spark. Okay, Firewall, let me tell you right now, the people who say you need to have a certain spark or talent for art is complete and utter bullshit. Like, unless there is something that is physically impairing you from making art, and even then, people still have been able to make art, you can make art. Like, there is no such thing as the inherent spark or inherent talent. There's inherent motivation, mind you. Like, on a psychological level, maybe some people may find it more interesting or have stronger motivation to do something or other, but never inherent talent. Storage. A lot of my older drawings were done by hand, and I have posted a few of them. And it was during high school when I really got into drawing consistently, when I was like, maybe I can make this work. Exactly! Draw consistently. That's one of the big things. Okay, what's the absolute oldest drawing I have? Okay, I think this guy. Or, no. I'm trying to think, like, what should I show? What would be a good example to show? 'Cause I haven't saved all of my... Okay, I think this is by far one of my oldest drawings. Okay, this was when I first tried to draw anime. Yeah. You can tell I was not... Yeah. I was not... This is my old art. Or at least one of my older art pieces. This was mostly when I was trying to figure out how to draw anime. I still could never get the eyes right, though. Like, admittedly, here's one of the reasons why I use these kinds of eyes. It's because I've, to this day, still been unable to get the anime eyes type quite right, you know? But we have those ones, and then you might have been able to see it, like, fainter in the background. This is... So that was me trying to do anime, but at the time, I was more comfortable with stuff like this. Cartooning. As I said earlier in the stream, that I was more familiar and got my start in cartooning. So I would make a lot of characters like these. I absolutely loved concept. I would take simple concepts and just expand them into full-on characters. Like, this guy's design, I just thought a candelabra looks like a top hat. And so I made a candelabra fencer guy. And then for this one, I thought, missile pompadour. And so I made a character with a missile pompadour. And for... And then I had, like... on copy... Of course, cartooning wasn't all I did. For instance, I had this guy. Robots and machinery were another thing I like to do. With this one, again, simple concept, obelisk. I called this guy was actually supposed to be one of a few drawings that I called Monumex. Basically a bunch of giant machinery based off of monuments. This one was based off the idea of an obelisk, and specifically the idea of obelisk missiles. I had one other that was honestly a much simpler design. Aha! Copy this one. Oh, fuck. Like this guy, Monument Pyramid. Honestly, a lot simpler compared to the obelisk guy, but still cool. I really should look back into the Monument concept, because they were supposed to be a series of, uh, I never figured out what I wanted them to be a Yu-Gi-Oh archetype, but I never figured out what I'd actually have their gimmick be. And I have like a few others that probably, I have a few others that I probably shouldn't show. I guess you'll just have to join. I guess you'll just have to join the Discord using !Discord to see those. You actually won't. I haven't posted them. I mean, I could post them. I could. I have like a lot of hand-drawn sketches that I just haven't posted, so. I mean, okay. If I were to go back through my catalog of hand-drawn sketches, we'd be here all stream. So let's get back to the actual drawing portion. Forgot the feet. Damn. Oh. But God, the fucking temptation to just go back through and show off all of my old work. I think those are great sketches, Clock. Okay, granted, the ones I saved are probably the ones that I considered to be the best work. You know? So, again, still take things with a grain of salt. Let me just do good old reliable. I appreciate you putting yourself on the spot like that and showing us your old art. Yeah, of course. It's no skin off my bones, you know? Yeah. I wonder... No. No. I fucking forgot the... I forgot that I have these things. Why do I have so many tiny details on my fucking character? Okay, hold on. Pardon me as I just... These were always here, chat. These were always here. No one noticed a thing. Well, if you have skin and bones, you must have kneecaps as well. I'd... I wouldn't exactly say I have skin and bones, unless you call a layer of ink and paint skin. Anywho... I still have like a lot of different elements I'm not good at drawing. I struggle with my character's skulls sometimes. Feet. I've gotten better at drawing hands, but I'm still fucked up by drawing feet. It's the small things that get you. Ain't that true? I gotta wonder though, like, do I make... I'm currently trying to figure out like what I want to start moving into my regular streaming schedule rather than vote on streaming schedules, because right now I am thinking of possibly... Oh, if I move it like... This one wouldn't work. And it has to be probably be flat. Damn. Like if I move, because I want to add this has been on my mind for a while, but I want to add Friday to my regular streaming schedule. Now I just realized that this is way too. The reason why it looks so big like this is because the feet were angled differently. It's in you Ed, Ed and Eddie. Someone mentioned Ed and Eddie. I just realized I never put the bunny suit on a timer. Damn it! Hold on. Ed, Ed and Eddie. God, that was my favorite show growing up. In fact, Ed, Ed and Eddie. Okay, I had two big inspirations growing up. My role models were Dr. Robotnik, or Dr. Eggman from Sonic X, and Eddie from Ed and Eddie. I remembered this is an actual thing I did when I was younger. I wanted to make a satellite, just like in one of the episodes of Ed and Eddie. I wanted to make a satellite out of cardboard, and then I genuinely thought that with enough rubber bands and tension, as well as a hastily made propeller, if I could spin it fast enough, I could actually get the satellite off the ground. I was so disappointed when it failed. But yeah, every time I saw a new scam on Identity, I wanted to recreate that. Like when I saw the Monkey Land, I mean, it really didn't get much attention, but when I saw that, I wanted to make an amusement park. When I saw the bus scam, I wanted to grab like this wagon I had, stick a big giant box on it, and recreate that. Every time I watched a new episode of Ed and Eddie, I tried to recreate what they did. A few fun facts about Ed and Eddie. Creator Dan Antonucci created the show out of a dare claiming, yep, I remember that. God, Dan Antonucci. Damn. Ed and Eddie is my childhood. But yeah. I also know a bunch of other trivia, like how a lot of the characters were based off people Danny knew growing up. And the reason why all the characters have different colored tongues was, I believe, when he saw his kid having candy, and the candy colored the tongue. Ed, and Eddie. You misspelled Eddie. Where were they? Yeah. Yeah, excuse me. Like this height. I could probably take this, shrink it down, and if I just adjust the almost, not quite. This is the flat, and something like that, maybe? I don't know, what seems weirdly long now? Oh, I'll adjust the baseline later. Good enough. Dan Antonucci was vehemently against digital art, so much that has to say, quit that bullshit and start drawing. I mean, that's to be expected with any era. But didn't the show eventually have to go switch to digital just because of time and budget constraints? Yeah. They did, I mean, it did lose a bit of its unique uh, charm from cell animation, but sometimes that's just how it behaves. Okay, the ankle feels broken here, hold on. I think it's the leg positioning. This is the leg. I just, God damn. Then if I just, what the hell is this? That looks even worse. I need to just, much better, I think. Yeah, I loved Ed and Eddie. I was disappointed as a kid that a bunch of plywood shaped as an airplane wouldn't fly despite how the show taught me. I guess made hanging out in a trash heap look so much fun and not stink at all. Yeah. uh, I miss that show. I love that show. But yeah, Eddie, my biggest inspirations were Dr. Eggman from Sonic X and Eddie from Ed and Eddie. Is it any wonder I turned out like this? Yet. I think I need to like go down a bit. Okay, now that looks like oddly. Close enough. No, not close. Fuck do the heels go? Further back, further up, can't be angled. Actually, that looks pretty, and then that looks good enough. Now, time to hope that I can just flip it around and use the same thing on the other side, so I don't have to draw a second foot. Shortcuts, people, shortcuts. Eh, edit. Legs need to be edited at midget. There we go. Adult Swim could bring the show back? Give the show the samurai direct. Have the revival be set in their college years and maybe focus on how most childhood trends that don't last till adulthood. Wrong button. Personally, as much as I love Ed and Eddie, I wouldn't want them to bring it back. And I also wouldn't want them to be like, oh, we brought back a show, but now it's adult. Like, no. I think But the identity we got was fine. Let it live on as it is now. Don't sully its legacy with a fucking reboot. We can't afford another goddamn Powerpuff Girls reboot. I refuse to have Identity turn into another Powerpuff Girls reboot. Does anyone actually remember the Powerpuff? Fuck! Does anyone actually remember the Powerpuff Girls reboot? God, that was so weird. It was like a fever dream. Ah, it's angled weirdly. There you go. God, don't remind me. I mean, Cartoon Network really was the backbone of my... Well, Cartoon Network and 4Kids, those were the backbone of my childhood. Harp. God, don't quote that firewall. Jesus. Look, pronunciation is hard, okay? Yes, for our innocent clock. Stop calling me innocent, damn! I am not innocent. I am not innocent. I am evil. I am evil and very scary. I am intimidating. Fear me. Yeah, I do, but in 2016, I was a little too old to be watching Cartoon Network consistently, so PPG reboot slipped under my radar. You know what? Fair enough. Wait, too old to be... Anyways. Is it too high? Yeah, I think if I make it any low, or it's gonna look weirder. Also, you call me innocent when this is my design. You sure about that? Warcraft, are you sure about that claim? A bun outfit, sure. She's not innocent, she is cutely evil. I am just evil, don't call me cute! Like, the Eds are just chilling in a trash heap and one of the signs says, digital. Yeah, that sounds like something Antonush would have. Like, they had so many cool force wall breaks and meta jokes, too. I think actually the weird part is I always feel like I'm at risk whenever I try to do any anatomy, well, quote unquote anatomy drawing on Twitch. And I'll be entirely honest with you, like, my original design, well, I wouldn't say my original design was worse. I mean, definitely not TOS compliant, which is why I had to change it to this newer design. But I did want to make it worse. In fact, a lot of on my Discord, I actually did talk about like how much could I push it. In fact, that was kind of where the swimsuit outfit came from. Like that was me trying to figure out, okay, how far can I get to the line, or how close can I get to the line? Also, my one issue is a lot of the time is that I mean the tailcoat covers some. Actually, how to really say? A lot of my design ends up being covered up by other parts of my design, I notice. My tailcoat covers up my hips, my chest covers up most of my torso. Did I remember to put, I mean, you can't really see it in most, be like the only, this tailcoat seam actually. Like around here. Granted, okay, this looks like a completely different coat if I'm, like it looks like I have one of those, instead of having, it looks more like a, well, it looks more like a tailcoat this way because of how the angling, rather than the, actually maybe I should have finished drawing the circle here first before. Do real quick. Circle. Eh. Ah, this is what it. Time to go back to the trusty old shape tool. You can at least accept the label of cute clock. Never! Ignore the bunny suit. Actually, how high is... Oh, damn, there... Now that I look at it, there is like a really big... Then this gets like a... Feels pretty low. I also have to consider... It's not exact. Oh yeah, because the thigh highs would be around... Be much higher. Like around... I mean, it would be more like... Roughly. Like... What a good idea. What do you mean, what a good idea? I'm wondering if I add Fridays to or have Fridays be like a streaming day. Or, not, fuck. Have Fridays be an art stream day, is what I mean to say. Circle L? And L? Wait a second. What are you in? God damn it, Firewall! What? Let's see. Okay, this is nowhere close to what you should be doing in this situation, but I mean, I can fix it in the draw over. Where was I? I was talking about something or other. I've completely forgotten. Oh, right, I was trying to keep on track and talk about how I wanted to make Fridays into a regular streaming day and have it be art streams. Well, art streams or react streams. The real toss-up. Now then, how to make a top hat look like it's throwing a jab? Take W? You better be handing me that W firewall, I swear. Of course I get the W. I always win. Don't me, Warcraft. I never lose. Ignore all the times I lost. Those don't count. This is around roughly how the width. At the same time, okay, there is some serious discrepancy. Oh, right, because this is smaller. Significantly so. This, this is what I get for having inconsistent sizing references. But yeah, I'm unsure if I want to do like React streams or art streams. Probably art streams. I don't. I guess trying at least one React stream to see how it goes wouldn't hurt. Main thing is that I don't know, a React stream still feels odd to me. Like just sitting there reacting to someone else's content, you know? How do I make it look like that? No. Like even if it needs to look The eyes are here. We put the mouse here. And eyebrows will probably have to be... Have it be like a more... this is so rough, but it'll work. Eyebrows need to... Still center. More... Aha! Give me a bit. I saw something flicker in chat. I just need to... Sure I get this before I lose my train of thought. God, I completely fucked up the rim. Okay, this test drawing. This is just a test drawing. Then... Okay, that needs to be so much more exaggerated. Anyways, if you're not adding commentary to reaction, it's not transformative, you know. Come on, clock. It is a cylinder. It's not just a cylinder. It's an alive cylinder with motion. Also, it has this weird curvature to it, which makes it much harder to draw sometimes. Okay, for some reason, eye posing still looks stilted though. I think I also need to like tip the hat down more, just for the angling. I'm gonna have to exaggerate more. Because what I want to do is need to like copy this first and move it properly. Because it needs to be lower on. Yeah, see, like, I don't know. I mean, the hat, honestly, with this rough, quick clothing, the hat looks good. But I still feel, it still looks like I'm stiff. I mean, I guess that makes some sense since I'm supposed to be in a more casual pose while my hat is the one in the active pose. I still feel like I need to exaggerate. Really have to start putting... Okay, lines. If you think you're a slow drawer clock, you haven't seen me in time. You took to make all these sketches. I wouldn't have been able to do just one. Don't sell yourself short. Eh, kind of. I feel like I need like more than just maybe issues that I am just using. What if I instead use it actually? I move you to be and dend raise. Much better. Hey, Monado Banana, welcome in! Yo, new packs coming tonight. Wait, what? What new packs? What do you mean new packs? Master Duel. Oh, what are they releasing this time? Yeah, what needs to change? In MD, we're getting new stuff. What is the new stuff? Eh, get it exactly like I'd want, but I'm getting fairly close. Can't remember the name off the top of your head. Yeah, take your time. I mean, if it isn't the Toon stuff, honestly, I don't care. Is that the center? Enacraft and then support for art screens and branded Dogmatica. Ah. I mean, Enacraft's certainly going to be interesting. Eh, what are we thinking? We thinking Enacraft might be able to break it into the meta? Highly doubt it. Like a fucking fighting game pose. Right, I remember now. Brand Sword and I think Archfiend Sword. Yep. Oh, what I meant to press. Wait, no. Enacraft gonna be my deck. Hmm. Ah, flip traps. And hello, Astral. Welcome in. Again, Astral, you are probably the only person who considers drinking water a form of punishment. That basically it's Altergeist with less traps, more flip. If I gotta put in RP make, if I got put in RPG Maker game, I make this to be water. I mean, do RPG Maker games really have that many like elemental based gimmicks? Drinking water is punishment. Oh, for God's sakes, Minato! God, great. Oh, great. There's two of them. I mean, at least one's on YouTube, the other's on Twitch, because we have Astral Knight saying that water is a form of punishment on Twitch, and then we have Monado Banana on YouTube saying drinking water is a punishment. What is with YouTube? You can program a million things in, and yet they always choose elemental weaknesses. I mean, I think it's more so just because it's like the trope, you know? God, okay, now I can't unsee it now. Like, does my posing look too stiff? I feel like my posing is way too stiff. I think it's the head. Nah, I'm just confused why the hell anyone would think it's as a punishment. Nah, not like him. I like water. Okay, so sorry for making the assumption, Renato. Astral, you're on your own. Okay, you're that. You're all the head stuff. Maybe the head is part of the issue. Where's the head? You're the arm. You're another arm. You're both of the eye thing. Hair, head. Here to I then do this. Like maybe just oh, what the heck was that? Firewall forcibly ingesting large amounts of water and other liquids used to be a punishment. Okay, yeah, but that's the extreme end. Fire, I would literally prefer getting waterboarded than drinking Diet Mountain Dew. I, I, it, you know what? No comment. I think I just maybe I need like a bit more curvature, like more of a bend. If I were to do a line down the head to the neck. Hold on. Down the head to the neck. Okay, I think the leg and head positioning is good. The body is stiff. I think that's it. I have to like do a bit more bending. And again, also this leg looks like it's a bit stiff. Maybe it could use a bit of bend as well. Thing is, I didn't want it to look unbalanced, you know? Like, I didn't want it to look like I was about to tip over, but now it looks stiff. Minato, I hate Diet Mountain Dew more than anything. Okay, honestly, I get that. Like, genuinely, okay, I've had Mountain Dew a few times, but genuinely, it feels, whenever I drink Mountain Dew, it feels like I'm drinking some highly sugary sludge. Like, I can, Mountain Dew just feels like it's toxic, you know? Out of all the other sodas, out of all the sodas I've tried, Mountain Dew is the only one that makes me go, wow, this is really horrible for me. I can feel my body dying as I drink this. Ugh. Yeah. Okay, so I got this all settled down. I still haven't never did it fair. Where the where the That's why I'm a cool diet pepper drinker or diet Dr. Pepper drinker. Honestly, yeah, Dr. Dr. Pepper. If I were to choose any soda, it would be a Dr. Pepper. You know, like between Coke, Pepsi, and Dr. Pepper, obviously. W, this guy knows full. Yes, I do. Although if I was to pick like a favorite soda in general, cream soda. Cream soda is my favorite type of soda. A&W cream soda. Hey, Nyoltimo, welcome in. We're talking about favorite sodas. Like, Dr. Pepper is definitely what I consider top tier, but cream soda is my favorite, in actually, if I really think on it. Bro, I love all cream soda. Yes. Yes. I just came from talking about pirates. My top three are grape soda, cream soda, and root beer. A lot of cream soda enjoyers. Good. It's the best. I swear this circle is off center. Not you. Not you. You. You are off center. I also found a track that's as hard as you're interested in. Oh, just posted in music. I actually found the Mafia Tale music that you posted. Personally, when I drink cream soda, I put it in a glass and I mix in strawberry juice. For me, not strawberry juice, cherry juice. Specifically the type you find in Shirley Temples. Shirley Temples are good, honestly. Like, Shirley Temples are definitely up there, if I'm being entirely honest. But that sort of cherry mixing, I love to just pour a bit into any soda. Cream soda, Dr. Pepper. Like, if it's not a fruit-flavored soda, like orange soda or grape soda, I like to put a bit of cherry syrup in it. Or just get, like, one of those jars of preserved cherries, put in a cup, take a spoonful of them, drain in some of the cherry syrup from the jar, and mix. Cherry flavoring makes anything better. And what do we got here? Altered Color Sanctuary Battle Theme. I'll add it to the playlist, but it probably won't be today. I don't like Dr. Pepper. Heresy. Nah, that's fair. That's fair, Fox. But what? You Tooned, Ultima? For shame. To be honest, when I was a little kid, I legit was drinking pure strawberry syrup out of the... I'm sorry, that it's just like a pure bottle of strawberry syrup. Honestly, it wasn't until like much later in life that I tried strawberry syrup, and it was only for like strawberry shakes. Honestly, strawberry shakes are pretty good. Where's my arm? Here's my arm. As a kid, I drank what Grandpa drank and still does: Sun-Kissed and Diet Mountain Dew. Ah, actually, when I was younger, I do remember one. Uh, when I was younger, I do remember one soda I liked. It was Cactus Cooler. Yeah, I really liked Cactus Cooler growing up. It was just a simple orange flavored soda, but I don't know. Something about it was different compared to something like Fanta. It felt crisper, fizzier. All we ever had access to was knockoff stuff. Probably why I genuinely don't care about drinks. You know what? That's fair, Firewall. They made Cass soda? What? Fire? They got drinking Mountain Thunder. Ah, yes. We what amazing brands such as Mountain Thunder, Prof Professor Pear. Uh, there's not really a lot you can, there's not really a lot you can do when trying to parody Pepsi or Coke. I still find it hilarious that the reason why Coca-Cola got its name was because it had cocaine in it. Or was that just a fake rumor? Because I always hear that the reason why Coca-Cola is called Coca-Cola is because it originally had cocaine in it. And that's just hilarious to me. I guess we such popular drinks as it was called Coke outright originally. Oh god. FDA approved. I feel like this should be low. Okay, only one way to solve this issue. Merge everything. Now I can just lasso tool. Move it. There we go. I swear, hundreds of artists just died right there as I merged all those layers. Obviously, that didn't last long. Same nowadays. But yeah, I sent the track before I forgot. I'll be sure to add it to the playlist, but it probably won't be playing today, though. Somehow my bass looks even messier than previous basses. 9 milligrams of Coke, which is nothing, and it wasn't even Coke. It was just the leaves they mixed in with the syrup. Oh, so it's kind of... Okay. Okay, I think that's... I never did the skulls! Fuck! Okay, I think with this positioning, though, I should be able to just reuse the shape of these skulls. I'm drawing skulls, Twitch, nothing else. Yeah, back to an older topic I was trying to discuss, like, turning... I don't know, maybe I should try to do at least one React stream, see how it goes, see if I can make it work, you know? I think it would have... I don't know, but I feel like it would have to be something that I could really sink my teeth into. Something I could really talk about rather than just watch. Because, okay, I get it, some streamers out there are able to get away with just watching a video and not adding any commentary, but I feel that's kind of cheap, you know? It's poor form. What the... What is this emote? Huh. Yeah, I suppose I can't really complain. I mean, I got away with being able to put my my heart emote. Oh, bunny suit. Da-da-da-da, where's the alarm? Start. Yudi. Right, I was gonna do... So, if I'm thinking about this correctly, I should be able... Nope, fuck. I think this may be one of the rare occasions where I have to do... Well, actually, it might work on the other one. Yeah, I think it might actually work here. But then I have to do more like a front-facing one, the other. Can make it work. That's not what I meant. I mean, if I really want to stretch it, I could. But I think that's a bit too... I mean, I'll keep it just in case I want to be lazy, but I'm gonna have to go make an actual skull now. Or... Unknown prototype. Sorry I was late. Busy grinding to get my gotcha look up. What I missed. Let's see here. You missed us talking about Star Wars prequel trilogy, our favorite sodas, Ed and Eddie, and I've been basically trying to draw more of my character in different poses. So I could get used to just drawing my character, keeping the proportions consistent, and seeing how my character looks at different angles and poses. Not cute, evil! Same thing. Not the same thing! I am not cute. I am evil and intimidating. Ignore the bunny suit. This was always the hardest part, getting it all to line up. It's like that. Off. That's good. Sure, that said, some of them look like they're frames from an attack animation, which is pretty neat, giving off that peacock vibe. I mean, kind of. Granted, this one was from an earlier piece of fan art I did. This one was me trying to replicate the Eggman pose. And then these two are more like attack frame type stuffs. I mean, this one is just outright an attack animation, if I'm being honest. Because I always did have an idea of how my character would be implemented in a fighting game, which was my character wouldn't be the one fighting. The top hat would be. And the top hat would be fighting by essentially doing your jabs, hooks, and crosses, but instead of using things like boxing gloves, it used saw blades. I would be a zoner. I mean, granted, if I were to actually just pick based purely on what I find the most interesting, I'd much rather be a puppeteer character, but thematically, it just makes more sense for my character to be a zoner that primarily fights using the top hat. And I guess in a way, I could have it so my character can throw the top hat. I mean, there is a bit of overlap between puppeteers and zoners, in a way. So I could have it that like, my base character does have a tiny hit, marker. Or, not hitbox. Like, my actual attacks of my character are very small, and most of my actual attack ability is in the hat. But I'm still able to technically attack with both, and separate my hat into a puppet in order to fight at a distance. And then, of course, most of the basic attacks would be using the saw blades and maybe the drill. And it would all look like... It would look like the hat is boxing, but with saw blades. And then any kind of specials would mostly use bombs and guns. Yeah, I would use bombs and guns. Though you're nothing without the hat. No! I have plenty of things without my hat. I have robotic minions. A tap dancing henchbot that builds a passive meter. Nah, chances are my super would be... Let me see if I can... What would my super be? Okay, I think I do know what my super would be. Let me find him. Art, storage, digital. Where is it? Ah! A new layer. This guy would be my super. I would just summon this thing. Basically, I would just summon this thing, and he would kind of just start flailing his arms around, smashing the ground. Most likely how it would work is either A, I would have him set up in a single position, and all he would do is smash the ground that he's standing on, or B, he would slowly move forward, flailing his arms on the ground, kind of flailing his arms on the ground as he slowly moves across the screen. But yeah, definitely one of those supers that would just take up a large portion of the screen and be hard to dodge without proper timing. Because again, my character would definitely be a puppeteer and zoner. I do kind of like, okay, I don't play many fighting games. But of the kinds I have played, which were... Okay, this isn't really... I've played all of the obscure fighting games. Those being like Nickelodeon All-Stars Brawl, Naruto Ninja Storm. I think I tried, yeah, I did try out, uh, God, what, I'm blanking on, I did try out Skullgirls, but it didn't really stick for me. But I typically did gravitate to zoner characters, and uh, I typically gravitated to zoner characters, and if there was ever a puppet character, I immediately picked them. In fact, Naruto Ninja Storm, which out of the types of fighting games, I probably played Naruto Ninja Storm the most. Then again, okay, some people don't consider Arena Fighter, I forget what they're called, but like, some people don't consider Naruto Ninja Storm a fighting game, but I don't care. I found it fun. You fought people. I'm calling it a fighting game. Screw you, FGC. But but basically, my favorite character to play in Naruto Ninja Storm was the puppet characters. Because I felt so cool and sinister sending my puppet to fight for me. Like, just the idea of, oh, try and touch me, try and touch me. Nope, I'm sending minions to fight you instead. I'm over here now. Like, just that feeling was, I loved it so much. That sort of, you can't hit me, hiding behind puppets and traps and zoning attacks. I was that kind of player. Alright, okay, I don't have Smash Bros myself, but I remember when I was younger, I would play Smash Bros with my friends, and once again, and of the times that I did play Smash Bros, I liked King K. Rool. Uh, okay, I think there was like 3 different Smash Bros games I played, and all of them I only played once, but it was Meta Knight from Brawl, King K. Rool from the most recent one, and then I forgot which one this was, but it was the Villager. I forgot which iteration of the Villager. So you're camping? No, 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 no. I'm not camping. I'm zoning. There's a difference. Now, granted, I say all of this with only a slight understanding of fighting game terminology. So there could be like 100 little nitty-gritty differences between what is and isn't considered a zoner and yada yada yada. I don't care. I liked characters with big attacks or could attack from across the screen, basically. I think the first time the skull actually worked out, I was a Rob main. I don't know about... Was that from Brawl? I'm pretty... Yeah, I think that was from Brawl. Honestly, I did kind of wish that I actually had just Smash Bros myself, because for the short time I did play King K. Rool, I really liked King K. Rool. I would just I would spam cannonballs and crowns. And then when they announced Piranha Plant and I saw Piranha Plant's kit, I really wanted to play Piranha Plant, but I didn't have the game. And I like already moved, so it was kind of difficult. Yeah, this is the first time a skull's turned out completely nicely. And a bit too angled. Pichu. Yeah, better. Okay, I have to ask, because it's just such a massive part of my design. What do you all think of the skull placement? It was certainly an interesting design choice I decided on. I don't know, I find it funny. I like it. It's one of those eccentricities, you know? I mean, a lot of the times, like I said, a lot of my character designs are just taking one single gimmick and running with it. Fit the outfit fine. Yeah. Like a lot of my character ideas are just taking a single gimmick and running with it. And these skull covers, they were that one gimmick. Granted, it's a gimmick I eventually combined with some older gimmicks of mine, with an older gimmick of mine, which was the evil Inspector Gadget top hat here. So this current, uh, this design for Clockwork is really a combination of two different designs. One being the design that was originally supposed to use the evil Inspector Gadget top hat, and the second design being the skull covers. I mean, I made an entire character just off of the fact that I thought Napoleon kind of looked like a penguin. Or that with his blue jacket and white undershirt, Napoleon looked like a penguin. So I made an entire character called the Penguin off of that. Or, like you saw, like I showed off earlier, I looked at a candelabra, thought top hat, and so I made someone with a candle top hat. And after all of this, I finally got the sketch done. Because this is how I typically do. Like, this isn't even halfway of my usual drawing. Because, okay, here's how I'll usually draw. First step, draw the base. This is just the general shapes, the action lines, how I get a feel for the posing. Anyway, gotta bounce for now. Alrighty, Firewall, take care. You take care as well. They draw the eyes to it. Yeah, they do. I wonder if that was intentional. I definitely went crazier with certain designs. In fact, if you go to my Discord and look in my art, you can definitely see one of my more extreme designs. I'll let you try and guess which one that was. But, right, back to what I was talking about. Basically, how I typically do art is that I'll have the base, which is just the general shape, body language, trying to get understanding of the pose and how everything's proportioned. Then I'll move on to sketch, which is this. Basically just trying to get out all of the an understanding of all the details and positioning. Then after the sketch, I do I do the second sketch. So this is the first sketch I do. Then I'd make a second sketch. That's basically what these are. These are the third step in my art process. These more cleaner sketches. And then after these sketches, I would go and do the actual line art using the line tool here. Well, basically I would use this brush at this point with this tool, and this is how I made the line art for my more polished and finished ones. And then after I do this line art, I'll do the coloring. Then, if I feel like it, I'll do shading after that. Ugh. I'm wondering though, like, we're... Christ, we're nearly at the 4-hour mark. I'm wondering if I do an art stream on Friday next week, probably will be... Oh shoot, I can't stream Saturday, I realize. But that's when I graduate. I guess I should bring that up. Uh, I'm graduating college in like a week. So, yeah, I'm gonna have a lot of time on my hands soon enough. I'm hoping to go out job hunting and sending out applications in between my streams, you know? And who knows, maybe I can actually invest a lot more into streaming. Who knows indeed. I wonder, like, do I call it here and then maybe continue work? And I don't know. Hold on. I feel like I want to finish this, because if I don't finish it on stream, I'm gonna end up finishing it off stream, you know? Unless I just decide not to touch this until the next time I do an art stream. Which, ah, hold on, I need to like double check something. Cause I'll be 100% honest, I may still have some work to do. Okay, no, never mind. I'm in the clear. I just had to check an email. Okay. I'm still in the clear. I am fully able to risk it. I'll be honest, this... Okay, I know that sounds a lot... I know that sounds bad, but it's not. Basically, this quarter in particular... Okay, to explain how my college has gone so far, I didn't need to take this quarter. I could have graduated last quarter and been perfectly fine. However, I already paid for the dorm room, so god damn it, I'm staying here for the year. Plus, it's a major I like, so why wouldn't I, you know? However, it's also resulted in this quarter in particular being a quarter that I don't have high investment in. Like, I still care about the classes individually, but I'm not as focused on getting a good grade in them because I'm at a stage where, yeah, really, no matter the grade I get, I'm still graduating. So I am able to take that risk. And even then, like, also very okay when it comes to education and grade assessment. I am very good at risk assessment, so I know exactly just how much I I have a very special skill. You see, I'm able to tell just how much work I actually have to put in to get through the quarter or get through the year. So it becomes a matter of any other work is like first I get what I need to get done, and then after that it's just a matter of figuring out, okay, what of the work I'm doing, what do I actually care about and find enjoyable, you know? I feel like this curve is too high. Better. Yeah, typically for the T's I prefer to actually use line tool. But it gets a bit funky at times. Ooh, I'm gonna have to be careful once I start cutting or erasing. Because I did not use separate layers. There we go. What would I really want to react to if I did start doing? Honestly, chances are the first thing I'll end up reacting to is a bunch of villain essays. 'Cause when it comes to react content that I actually do like to watch myself, it's usually reactions to like documentaries, internet video essays, and God, analog horror. That's another one I like. Although there is also one other thing that I've kind of been saving to react to one day, and that is Nostalgia Critic's commercial series, which is basically just reacting to a bunch of old commercials. Like, I want to see if there's any I remember or I know of. Or I don't know. I guess it's more. Actually, probably not, because they were definitely before my time. But there's this weird secondhand nostalgia I get, you know? And what So basically, on my itinerary is a bunch of villain essay videos or a bunch of essay videos on different DC and Marvel villains. Then, uh, I maybe, hmm, and I've seen people react to like Kitchen Nightmares, and I don't think I could react to Kitchen Nightmares because I've watched and rewatched Kitchen Nightmares so many times. Because that's another thing that I don't know, I guess that's one of the issues I personally find with React content, which is actually figuring out what to react to. Because of course, anything you think of to react to is something you've probably already watched. And then it's not really a reaction, it's more so you just showing off a video you like to the community. I guess it's fun in its own right, but you come for the reaction, not for you to show off videos you've already seen, you know? And I guess that's where the community comes in. Like, I could ask you all for like, what should I react? But then there comes that issue of like, do I really want to watch this type thing? You know? Then again, I guess I could. Another thing I could do is just save them. Like, whenever I see a video that I think would be interesting to watch, I can just put it in a separate playlist and then save it to watch with you guys on a React stream. Honestly, that might be the best idea to go with. Eh. But having Okay, that looks better. Oh, I feel like this is too close. Further back. Not Needs to be further back. Deltarune series could be interesting to react to. Theory video. I love watching theory videos. Mainly the lore ones. I like watching lore series videos. And Deltarune is the current one that has the most. I know, maybe. You know, I just realized I like a commonality with this character in my drawings is that I like buzzsaws. I can't draw buzzsaws for the life of me. I'm drawing a glorified pizza cutter. This is a pizza cutter. I don't know. It's probably going to be like between everything that's already going on, graduation and whatnot. I mean, I'm not. Wednesday's stream is probably going to have to be a short stream as well because I have something to go to. Or next Wednesday stream is probably going to be a short stream. I have something to be there, or I have an event to go to. So you know, maybe I'll give it like another week or another week or two before I try a react stream. See if I can save up any videos I'd want to react to. So Clock is taking the escape helicopter. The what? Where the hell did escape helicopter come from? And also, I don't have an escape helicopter. Genuinely, my top hat has helicopter blades. Like, I literally describe it as evil Inspector Gadget. Of course my top hat has helicopter blades. Granted, I tried to get really clever with some of the designs. Like, I tried to make it look more like a plane. Or do this weird thing where there was propellers coming out of its mouth and then wings on the side. And it didn't really work, but all you need to know is that my top hat can fly, and I fly with it. But if it's the Pokemon universe, I am using a Drifloon. And of course I'm using a Drifloon. Drifloon is great. Drifloon still... Okay, I like ice types. I really like Vanilla Light and Vanillux. But Drifloon will always be my favorite Pokemon because I will never forget the sheer joy of building this tanky motherfucker Drifloon with Minimize, Calm Mind, and Shadow Ball, having it just tank a bunch of hits, build up its evasion, and then spam Shadow Ball, and the moment it gets low, Baton Pass into like a Chandelure. And then just continue to snipe with high special attack, thanks to Calm Mind. Like that was on my Drifloon. God. Drifloon will always be my favorite. Solely because of that strategy, and for being a tanky motherfucker. What the? I do not remember this one. Is this even on my list? It's not. But I mean... I guess I could add it. It kind of fits. Hold on, I'm just like going back through my music because I'm probably gonna have to restart soon enough. Or not restart, but reset my music soon enough. Metagross is my favorite Pokemon. Honestly, fair. Isn't Metagross like one of the... What champion uses Metagross? Was it the black and white champion? I think it was. Honestly, this ain't half bad as music. Very action-packed. Maybe, nah, tomorrow's gonna be really fucking busy for me, so if I'm gonna post this, it should be... I gotta post it soon. How far do my... I did not think of the face. Shit. Okay, what's a face I could draw? Actually, I think I know. I know the perfect face for this pose. If I can figure out how to do a wink. Hold on. Oh god. Okay. Okay, this expression is a bit more rushed than other expressions I've done, but... it still works. Okay, this one turned out really good. Pretty good, actually. What the heck is this song? Mhm. That's more shit eating. Actually, I think that works. Oh wait, if I'm doing that, then this eye, fuck, this eye definitely needs to be more arched. Yep, perfect. This is one. This expression, this pose, perfect. Okay, now I really want to finish this one. Okay, I actually kind of like this. Hold on, I want to save this one. Sorry if I'm getting a bit quiet here, just in the final stretch, so a bit more focused up. Christ, it looked like a guy had a. Oh, look at this tangled mess of lines. I just realized I didn't even do any cross hatching on these. I, I wasn't even paying attention. I just did it one fell stroke. I usually don't do that because, oh, I've never been able to get my lines straight. I wasn't even paying attention. Just kind of, I mean, I guess it makes sense for these smaller curvatures. Didn't I already have this one? Oh, fuck. Wait, hold on, where is... Okay. Huh. Yeah, I just had a different version. Anyways. I should probably switch back to my usual playlist, because if I stick to this, I'm going to constantly get distracted by the songs that are playing. Or trying to get distracted adding the songs. Honestly, out of all the poses so far, I think this one is the one I'm proudest of. This looks so cool. I look like such a badass in this. Only I could get the hands right. Okay, okay, I'm switching back to the original. There we go. I've... I know I shouldn't have spoke too soon, because I know for a fact I fucked up this hand. What is this hand? Damn it! Better. I think the sum is actually too far up. Makes the finger look too long. Oh, it looks too short. I forgot to say. One of these... Will be the other arm. Oh, I forgot the skull on the underwear. Okay, I can just quickly... There. Got the eye plate. Okay. Given post. Can't forget such an important feature. Okay, the side. Hello, Astral. God damn it, Astral! How dare you bring that into my chat? Oh, don't Ute! God damn, not Ute! Who, Warcraft? At least we're in the final stretch. See, at least Fox put a funny twist to it. I was putting popcorn emotes. I can see the numbers. I'm not blind. Okay, now let's move this. And this is what we're left with. Got it. Honestly, pretty good work, I'd say. Am I missing any details? I don't think so. But yeah, honestly, that's very successful arts. Oh, wait. Right. There is one thing I forgot. The last thing. Gotta remember to number them. But yeah, thank you all for joining me on today's stream. I hope that our random rambling and sketching was entertaining for you all. For those of you watching us on YouTube, thank you for joining and good night, everybody.